I think my mic should be working now. I'm not sure if any of you can hear me. Yeah. To start this straight out of the gate, I'm not sure if you guys are ready for whatever we're going to be dealing with today. First, I want to greet you guys. How's it going? This is Steve Nyanumba with TechChess, and today we're going to be learning a few things here and there to do with Express.js and Vue. Okay. I don't know. I feel like everything we're gonna be doing is pretty much already predefined for us. I'm just gonna be showing you what we're going to cover for today. And this is live for whoever is going to be joining. The chat is going to be free for you guys. For whoever is watching this later, not live, a comment section is open for all of you. So this is basically what we're going to be creating. Let me just show you guys. Okay, so this is an Apex Legends tracker application. Basically, the first things first, if you guys remember my gaming channel, King Steven and OS, that's what I've actually set this to be a comparison to. So essentially, every time you load this application, it's gonna show my card over here, my Apex Legends card, my killer stats, my kills, my damage, and my ranked level score, and then also my current level in terms of like the overall gameplay. Now it's taking so long to load, but if I hit this button called compare, there's a modal form that pops up, and I can select my platform. It's either EA Origin, PlayStation, or Xbox Live. I can select EA Origin, and then I can select, I can type in my gamer tag for EA Origin, which is now on PC. So it's King Steven and us right now. I changed it. So I'll say get challenger, and it will now compare the stats of the challenger, who is now me in this situation. So you can see like the background, of course, I mean, it's transparent for this logo, so it's not going to show anything. But as you can see, we have my banner, my current banner showing my current user, who is Lifeline on PC. I have 54 kills on PC, I have 23,000 damage on PC, and I'm level 38. So it's going to tell me that you're almost there, work harder, if I am behind level 301. But if I go on and hit compare again and look for a certain friend of mine, there's a friend of mine called Campachity 254 who I know is at a higher level than I am. If I hit get challenger, it's gonna get his everything, including his logo, his banner, and all that. It's gonna get his kills, which is 3,829. His damage is 953,284. His rank score is 0, and his level is 808. So because he's ahead of my 301, you can see you are ahead. Looks like I need to work. I mean, yeah, it's just a very simple application. Really, it's nothing too complex in terms of how we deal with this. And of course, my LinkedIn link is posted over here, so you guys can find me on LinkedIn whenever you load this application later on. So if you guys are willing to learn and actually after learning put this on your resume and your portfolio and all that stuff, I mean, you can do that. You can take whatever it is that you need to take. I can even link the repository of where I saved this, because I'm actually hosting this on Heroku, so you can also find its GitHub links, because I also posted it on GitHub and hosted it to Heroku via GitHub. So I'll put that in the description later on, maybe not now. Yeah, so all this it's already set up, and trust me, we're not going to be dealing with a lot of CSS in this. We're not going to be dealing with a lot of I don't want to say we will be dealing with a lot of stuff extensively. Even Webpack, we won't be coding onto Webpack as extensively as you think. I just put that in the title because I figured that it's something that you guys probably don't know how to do or what to do with Webpack, and I thought let me actually make things simpler and easier for you guys in terms of finding out a new Webpack wrapper or Webpack methods that you can use to make things a lot simpler. Okay, with that being said, let's begin. So, first things first, I want to touch on the stack that I used for this. The stack that I used was Vue.js. As you can see, I used Vue.js with Express, and of course, this platform as a service is Heroku itself. I used Axios, I used Font Awesome, and I used Bootstrap. It's just not listed here, but I used Bootstrap for all this UI. And some may think that this actually doesn't look like Bootstrap. It is Bootstrap. I'll tell you that for a fact. Even the model itself, you can tell, like it's definitely going to be Bootstrap. So that's essentially what we want to cover today. And I'm going to show you how to get started with Vue.js and Express. So the first thing I want to do is I want to open a file. There's a file I created over here called Apex Tracker specifically for this project. I don't actually know where it is. It's an empty file over here. So if I was to make you guys see it, align at equals to grid. Wait, hold on. Okay. Oops. Just up here. Okay, so this is the file this is the folder that we're going to be putting our project inside. So I'm going to click on get bash here, and then I'm going to say code dot so that I can open Visual Studio Code with this. Now inside this project, now I kind of increased the size of like the font and everything. Normally I code in a smaller font like this one, but yeah, I've done this so that you guys can actually see everything. Okay, so inside here I'm going to, because we're using Express and we're using like Node and all that stuff, I'm just going to do npm init and then -y xo. I'm gonna press enter, let it run. So there's a package.json file that has come. So that's the first step to starting up our project. The next thing I want to do is, since our main over here is index.js, I want to change the main to server.js. And then I want to come in here and change my script start button to npm start. And whatever it's going to do, the command that's going to run is node server. And I'm going to create another one. This will be test, and then this will be nodemon server. So nodemon is an actual package that usually enables us to run this server, and every time we make changes to the server.js, then this nodemon will actually make the server restart. So that's essentially what we want to do. The first package that we want to install is npm run npm install as a developer's dependency nodemon. So that's the first one. That's gonna load as fast as possible. Let me sip my coffee before I start yawning over here. Okay, so nodemon is in. So now I'm going to create a new file and call it server.js. And now I'm going to do this npm run test, and it's gonna do, well, it's actually not working. because I've not saved my package.json file. So I'm gonna do an overwrite. Yeah, there we go. So okay, so now that has happened, I think I have to install my NodeMon again, because like it did something strange. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so inside this, I'm just gonna run, the heck, I'm gonna run test like that again. So it's now watching server.js over here. So every time I hit the save button, it will start the server again. All right, so that's extensively it when you want to start up your Express project. The next thing we're going to do, now that that terminal is being taken up, you can see there's no end towards it. It's watching this file over here. So what I now want to do is I want to do an installation of Express into this project. So I'm going to do npm install Express. And normally when I install Express, I also install body parser. I also want to install Morgan so that it can actually coincide with like now my NodeMon, so that we can watch and actually trace everything that's going on in the back. And then there's something else I'm missing. I think it's .env. And all of this I will install right away. Okay, so all those packages are now in my package.json. So I'll come in here and start coding out my server. And this is how it's gonna be. So every time that this server is constantly running, I'm going to do a console log. So there's a console log, and I'm just going to just type here app is running. Yeah, just like that. And then because I've saved it, if I go back to my terminal, it's gonna start and then run that command app is running. I only want to run this app is running when now all our developer tools are all being listened to. So essentially, I'm just gonna delete that and just start importing the packages that we've just installed. So I'm just going to do const express is equal to, so require, and I'm going to require express like so. I'm not going to put a semicolon because I just prefer not to, but this is how it usually works out for me. Now I installed Morgan, so I'm just going to do const Morgan is equal to require Morgan. I'm also going to do the same for .env. And I'm also going to do the same for there's something else I installed just now. I can't quite remember it. Could have been body parser. So I'm gonna go back here and type in body parser. So I'm gonna do body parser in camel case because I prefer it like that. Then over here I'm going to require body parser. So this essentially enables us to read this body parser package enables us to read our fair share of data coming in as either JSON or XML or whatnot, as long as we declare it to do so. Now, the next thing that we want to actually do in this situation is we want to define a path for our .env file. The .env file is like this and usually carries our packages. So essentially with this application, because of what I've actually shown you, I'm also going to have a .env.example and just leave it as that. Inside my .env, this is what is actually going to be used within the application. My .env.example is just something that I'm going to be keeping for my importation for uploading to GitHub, just pushing it to GitHub, so that we have like a template that we can actually use when it comes to, pulling and pushing back without having to involve my environment files and all the data that I've left in my environment files, because it's unsafe to leave your data out to the public. So essentially, with that being said, we're also going to have a .getignore over here, and we're just going to do our .env inside here. Yeah, so I'm going to save that, and now that that's happening, you can see it's not being highlighted out, but it actually needs to be highlighted out. And the only reason why that is not being highlighted out is because I've not initialized a Git repository in here. So I'm just going to do git init and leave it at that. So check this out. All these other ones are being tracked except for this one, because this file over here, this .env, is inside my getignore. What if I just decided to leave it like that? Then this will start being tracked. So yeah. All right, so that's that, I guess. The first thing I want to initialize here is my port, which is equal to 5000. Most of the time I like to use 5000. You can use 8000, I can use 3000, whatever number that you guys feel. 5000 is my ideal. What else do I need? There's some variables that will also come and use from the APIs that we're actually going to be calling from the chaka.gg website. So let's just continue on with initializing our server and enabling it to do the things that it needs to do. So first, the .env needs to be declared. So I'm going to do .env.config, and config is a function that takes in some options so that we can declare exactly the main configuration for our environment files. So the first and only the first and only configuration that I want to put so that it can attach it to my process.env values is path. So path, essentially what I mean by path is I want to declare where my .env files are, and it's actually in the path where I've done /. So /, this first / means that you look into the directory of where this server.js is located, and then .env, which is essentially just there. Okay, next thing I want to do is initialize the app. So I'm going to do const app is equal to express, and express as a function. So it creates an express application just like that. The next thing I want to do is I want to make things a bit more familiar to me in terms of like how I usually deal with things like Laravel and CodeIgnite and all that stuff. So I'm going to create a routes folder. I'm also going to create not inside routes, but I'm going to create resources. And I'm also going to now create my public folder. Inside my public folder, I'm going to create an index.html. And this is just the main file that's going to be used for everything. I'll save this, I'll save that. What else am I missing? So I need to now declare now where my routes will be located. So if I want to create the route files, essentially I'm using JavaScript through and through. So the files that I'll be creating should be I think should be web.js. I'll create web.js, and I'll create api.js. Like that. So if you guys are familiar with Laravel, then you know that these two are the go-to files that are usually used for routes. whether it's declaring your APIs and protecting them, and whether it's declaring now the routes. So yeah, that's it. So with that being said, I'm going to do a const routes, or I'll say maybe const web routes. Yeah, web routes will be equal to, so I'm just going to do require, and I'm going to do require routes, so it's supposed to be in a string like that. And then I'm going to go to routes, I'm going to go to web.js like that, and I'm going to do the same for API. So I don't know why, come on, behave. And like this, I'll just do API like that. I think this is just essentially the same thing, except this will be API routes, this will be web routes. And the next thing is I want to declare my port that we'll be listening on. So I'll do const port is equal to process.env. So I'm going to now look into those env files that we've declared over here. So const port is equal to process.env dot, and I'm going to check for port like that. Essentially that's good. So after that is done, I want to declare that this index.html is what we're actually going to be looking at whenever we declare our server. So whenever we start our server, the main place that we're going to be looking at is inside this index.html. So I'm just going to type in here the word hi and just leave it at that. It doesn't mean anything. And then inside here, no, actually, because it's HTML, let me just do this. I'll do the boilerplate. I'll call this starter, and then inside the body I'll just say h1 hi. Great. Okay, so once that is done, I want to say some few things over here. So I'm going to say app.use. So use is a function that has a few handlers over here. So I can call this express, icon again, and then I want to declare a static file that we're going to be actually looking at whenever we declare a certain route. So it's express static. So I'm going to do __ directory name, and then I'm going to do a plus, and then I'm going to do public, I guess. I think it's supposed to be public. I think if it works, it works. If it doesn't, then we'll have to actually look into it again. Then what else? Maybe also say app.use, and then because now we're going to have to like use our web routes to navigate through the React router and all those things. React router, I'm using Vue, using the Vue router and all those things. I'm going to just do that and then do a web routes, so that's how we're going to declare it like that. And then after that, I'm going to do app.listen. So I'm going to listen. So this is what it's going to take in. So it's going to take in the first item it takes in is the port, and the port I declared it in a variable called port like that, and it's going to run a callback function over here. So I'm going to use the arrow function over here, ES6 style. Then I'm going to console log it. So I'm going to go console.log, and then I'm going to do backticks because I want to actually take in the port number for all these things. So I'm just going to do app is running at what, at port, no, on port, then port what, let's actually not do port, let's just do one HTTP, and then I do this 127.0.0.1, and then I do a colon, then I add the port over here like this, like that. So I'm gonna save that and actually go back to the terminal where I started my server. So we have some errors over here. We have this new type error over here. Throw new type error, router use requires a middleware function but got a plus instead. So this doesn't work. This particular thing doesn't work, I guess. Or does it? Unless we need to actually, these web routes, we need to actually, okay, let me just try something here. I see if it will work now. So this is where it's going. If I do this, it's actually working. Okay, that actually works. Okay, so fine, it works. It's just that this is actually giving us problems because we've not declared whatever is going to be in our web routes. So you can see, even if I click on this, there's some error happening, cannot be reached. So the app is not listening on the port because there's an error here. So the error can be eradicated if we start working on our web routes as immediately as possible. So how we deal with our web routes at this point is we're going to do const router is equal to require. So we're going to require express again. So we're going to require express. So now after requiring express, we want to call a function within that express called router, like that. So, and it's a function actually, you have to call it like that. And then I want to do, I think there's a package also that allows us to use a fetch API. But I want to actually see if there's another package. There's one that I can remember as such. It was called node fetch. I think it was let's just check npm. So yeah, there's this node fetch that uses a sort of something similar to the fetch API. So this is how you install it. So that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to come in here and use that. So node fetch, and it's installing. That's done. So I'm going to do const fetch is equal to require node fetch. Okay. I even forgot that this is a live stream. I'm not actually recording. But there's no one in the chat yet, so we continue. But you can see there's one viewer. Welcome to the stream, my G. I hope you're actually learning a few things here and there. Okay, well, this is something that probably is at the basic level currently, but yeah, let's just carry on. Okay. Oh yeah, and then we also need path. Const path is equal to, now path is actually just really embedded with our Node.js. We don't need to install it. So we're going to do require, and then I call path. Then from there we start declaring our routes, and then we do an exportation. So the first the exportation essentially is just module.exports, and then I'm going to equate it to router, and that's it. So one thing I'd want to do is a GET request, so I'll do router.get, and the GET will be this slash like this, and then I do these. Okay, because it's a get request, so there's a request and a response attached to this function that I'm going to be putting across like this. So that's a kind of callback that is usually dealt with the router's get requests. So the response is just to send so you can send. Okay, actually, because I want to get rid of actually it's supposed to be send file, I think. Let me just think about this very critically. It should be send file. Okay, I want to try this out. I want to try first path join, and then I'm going to do the directory name, and then I add onto it, I attach. First I'm going to go to the slash, then I go backwards because it's in the route folder. I go to slash again, then I go into the public folder, and I keep it like that. Let's just keep it like that first. If it doesn't work, I'll type in here index.html. So let's actually see what happens here. Would fetch. So I'm going to type it in. Let's just refresh. Okay, that works. Essentially, that works. What if I typed in resources, and then inside resources I decided to do main.html? Or if I decided to do that, and I've not saved it, if I decided to do that, but if I save this, does this change? No, because this essentially is not being called. It's this that's actually being called, this public, which is very interesting. I don't understand it. I don't know how to feel about that, but just in case, maybe just put in public here. So inside here, my resources, I don't need that main.html. I was just testing out some stuff. The next thing I want to actually do now in this situation is, well, I'll work on my API.js later on. I just want to ensure that there's some stuff that is going on over here that allows me to use my Morgan dev tool. So I want to give a certain statement over here inside my .env. It's called node environment. So I could do node./env is equal to, and then I can write here development in string format. I can leave it blank because there are no white spaces in between that word, and then I just leave it like that. So I can say node env is equal to development. So what do I want to do if my node env is equal to development? And yeah, well, I want to come inside here in my server and give an if statement over here about something concerning that. So I want to see if actually there's something I want to do before we continue that. So I want to do const, then I import port node env, and then I'll retract it from process.env just like that. So I'm to say if node env is development, then do this. Just say app.use, and I'll use Morgan. So inside Morgan, there's a function. Morgan, I'll use it as a function like this actually. And there's a structure inside it called dev. I'll save that and see if this will actually work in the long run. So I'm just gonna keep it like that, and I want to see if it will do anything upon refreshing. Yeah, so it takes that GET request, puts up at 3 or 4. I can't remember what that HTTP request for 3 or 4 really meant. Okay, let's see here. What else do we need to actually do? Well, my index, the HTML, is without styles, so there's some few things I want to do over here. So I want to do inside my resources, I want to include a source. I want to include also JS. I want to include, I think that's it. I think that's generally it. Now I want to pull off something over here. That's something that this is actually what I was titling this video, this live stream about, a Webpack wrapper that you guys don't actually use. Well, let's begin. I'm gonna go to Laravel mix. Oh, what the heck. I don't know why my items are like this. So Laravel mix, I don't want the logo, I want this. So Laravel mix, I can go to the documentation and see how we use it as a standalone project. So you can see this npm install Laravel mix and save dev. So that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to do that right now. Right, so we have my new terminal over here, npm, what the heck. So we're going to do Laravel mix, and then I'm going to do a save dev. And once that is done, we can come back here. There's something else I want to add into my package.json script. Where is it? Yeah, this webpack.mix.js file. So let it just finish running. Then I go to my node modules folder and start working on that stuff. Over here, I'm not gonna use models or controllers because we're using an actual inbuilt API that already has data. We're just collecting that data within our server, and then we're displaying it on Vue.js. And I know some of you may think that wouldn't it just be better to retrieve the data through just pulling it up from Vue.js itself using a data store, something like that. I'd agree, but it would be more interesting to see like how Vue.js can be incorporated with Express. It's a quite an interesting thing that I decided to take up. I already know how to incorporate it with index.htmls and also incorporate it with handlebars, but I've never used an actual front-end framework like I did with this application. So that's what I want to actually showcase. Now I'll come here to Laravel mix. I don't know where it is. Alphabet, man. Remember your alphabet. I needed to refresh this thing. So IJKL, L is here. So Laravel mix, there we go. So I'm going to go into Laravel mix, and then I'm going to go to src, and I'm going to pick my webpack. Actually, where is it? Laravel mix. Is it setup? Webpack config? No, it's not there. Should be somewhere here. src. Is it webpack plugins? No, it's not. Builder? No. Because it's supposed to be webpack.mix.js. I don't know where it's found. Laravel mix, setup, webpack config. No. It's actually not. It's webpack mix. I don't understand. This is not what we need. Maybe webpack plugins. No. Types. This is in TypeScript. Gosh, this is actually pissing me off so much. Okay, now then, if that's the case, then I think we'll have to just create. I think because we saved it as a developer dependency, that webpack.mix is not actually there. So what I'm actually going to do, I'm going to create that webpack.mix.js. So this is how it actually looks, and I'm going to do something over here. So I'm going to do a const mix is equal to require Laravel mix. It's supposed to be in quotes like that. And then I'm going to do mix.js. Yeah, because I want to compile the JS files that are over here in resources.js. So I'm gonna do that mix.js. So the source file is in resources. So I'm going to type in resources, and then I'm going to do /js, and then I'm going to do say something like app, maybe. Like if I remember correctly, in Laravel it used to be app.js. So I'm going to do that. Actually, I'm going to create this app.js like so, and then inside SAS I'm going to create my app.scss. So if I come back to like that, the next string I'm going to be putting in is the directory. So it's going to be public, then /js like that. So that's it. Now I can as well just decide to add onto this mix. Now I want to compile my SAS. In my SAS, I want to do resources. Then I want to do /SAS. Then I want to do /app.scss. So it's going to compile my SAS files and put them inside public.css, or not public.css, but public/css. So it's going to compile SAS into CSS and put them inside my public folder. So if you guys know how Webpack works, then you know that this is something that you probably have to configure with lots of lines of code. Over here, I'm only doing it with 4, and that's it. This is just it. Inside my package.json, there's some few things that I want to do over here. So I want to call a dev command, and what this dev command will actually do is it will run our webpack.mix.js, like now how Laravel usually does it. So the script that is usually done for development is maybe what, if I can remember correctly, the first thing it does is it runs a package called crossenv, which I'm going to install just now. And then inside, after running this package called crossenv, it's going to change our node env underscore env to development. And then after doing that, it's going to run our node from node modules. Where did we find that webpack file? So it's going to go to node modules, and then it's going to run webpack. So webpack essentially in our node modules is here. It's always going to be there, especially if you had webpack from the very beginning. So I have webpack, it's over here. So it's going to run webpack, and then it's going to do into the bin folder, then it's going to run this webpack.js. I wonder if that's where our Laravel file is, our Laravel mix file is. So let me actually check it again. I don't want to waste time on wondering why I couldn't find that file. Maybe it's because of the save dev function. But anyway, let me just type it in. So it's going to go to the webpack, and then it's going to go to bin, then slash webpack.js, and it's going to run that. So if it's running that, it also has to like log down the progress of it running. So I'm going to do a dash dash progress, and then after running that progress like so, what else was it supposed to do? I've even forgotten. I think this is just it. I think this is just it. I could try this. Wait. I think I can remember what it was. Okay. Maybe it's something to do with hide modules. Yeah, hide modules. It's supposed to be dash hide. No, double dash, maybe. Double dash hide modules. Like that. And then what else? There's something more. It's supposed to use a configuration of some sort. If I can remember the configuration, it's supposed to be I'm trying to remember this. I can't actually recall. A configuration was supposed to be inside, could have been actually inside my setup file over here. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to actually run this webpack file using this configuration. So the configuration will be from the node modules. And then we go to Laravel mix. And then we go to setup. And then we go to, I think this is it, yeah, webpack.config. .js. And I think that's it. I think I'm done with that. So there's this other command. I thought I hit Alt Z, but it goes down like that. There's this other command that I want, is the watch function over here. So I'm going to essentially just leave it like this, and then watch. So the watch may essentially it's going to run dev, but then it's going to watch the files that are involved. So I'm going to do npm dev. It's usually run dev, I believe. Run dev, and then I'm going to do dash dash watch. And then, the thing is, I could have left it like this. I'll have taken the dev and just put a dash dash watch and leave this watch behind. But, well, and to be able to do final compilation and watch full compilation. So yeah, that's it. What else is next? I think that's it. That's pretty much it. Let's actually try and run this. So I'm going to type in npm run watch. It will essentially run dev and then watch the files. So because there's some packages that are not involved over here, before I run this npm run watch, I'll do npm install crossenv, and it will install it for me. I should have saved it as a developer dependency, but I think installing it won't make a difference the way it is. Okay, so crossenv is done. So now I'm going to do npm run dev, no, run watch actually. It's going to install some packages automatically, like Sass, for example. I always need Sass so that I can be able to compile some stuff. So there's it. Unknown option hide modules. Run webpack help to see available commands and options. So his hide modules was not real. Maybe can I really remember? What was it? What was it? I was missing something else. I can't quite remember. Let's try and remove these hide modules first. We see if things will actually be any better. So I'm gonna save that. I'm gonna run watch. So yeah, install Sass loader and all that. Okay, so we can relax. I should have actually looked into my Laravel mix to see if there's that option for the standalone project. Mix configuration file. Use the following directories. There's something I have not done. Setting public path. But anyway, these modules first you have to install. So Sass loader, post CSS, and all that stuff need to be installed. So it tells me run mix again. So I want to come in here and set public path. Set public path like that, and then I'm going to do public like that. Okay, so in case I think I know why this is, because in case there's some compilation that involves some images and other resources, it wants to devote it to a certain public path that will store those kinds of resources. If I was to run that mix again, let me just do that again. npm run watch. And it's building. So you guys check this out. Laravel mix is done. It looks actually quite new. So you can see this public CSS app.css. I don't know why it went all the way to to create another folder over here called public. I don't understand. I don't understand. Why is it doing this? Maybe I actually just needed to delete this. I did need this other public path over here. You can see this. Anyway, I'll delete it. Continue. Yes. Close it. I don't know why it's doing that though. But I like the way the new Laravel mix, like how it's showing this. I like I like how it is right now. I want this to be gone. Delete permanently. Why can't you delete it? Yeah, there we go. Hi, gosh. Okay, so I'm gonna run this mix again. Let's do that. npm run watch and public.js app.js. Refresh this. Oh yeah, you see public CSS and JS, just like that. Yeah, that's what I actually wanted. Okay, now what's next? What's next that I'm actually missing? Okay, so Laravel mix is installed. That's all I wanted. I want to install Bootstrap now, so I'm going to do npm install Bootstrap. I also want to install Vue.js. I want to install the Vue router. I also want to install aftermarket packages such as Toast, so Sweet Alerts, Ticket Sweet Alerts 2. Let me just check npm first. So Sweet Alerts. Is it Sweet Alerts or Sweet Alert 2? I think it's Sweet Alert 2. It's called Sweet Alert 2. So remove the S. What else am I missing? I think that's essentially it. So I'm just gonna press enter and let it install. I'm gonna come into my resources. I'm gonna go into SAS. I'm gonna go to app.css. After this is done, I start importing the classes that I need for that CSS stuff. Oh yes, and of course I need jQuery. I forgot. So npm install jQuery. And because Bootstrap needs Popper, I'm also going to install Popper. So there's a new Popper.js. Let me just say Popper.js. So there's a new Popper.js core that's usually there. So it's add Popper.js core like that. So I'm actually going to install that. So I'm going to insert that. jQuery Popper. I think that's it. It'd be mad to use Vue.js without using jQuery, because like you can't expose the full power of everything really. That's why I love using jQuery. It's so easy to use. It makes things much easier. All right, so I'm gonna go to my app.css. I think I'll also use font awesome, just as I used before. I want to first of all import Bootstrap. So I'm going to do @import, and then I'm going to do so this curly hyphen points to the node modules folder, and inside the node modules folder I'm going to go to Bootstrap, and then I'm going to go to the SCSS, and then I'm going to go to the Bootstrap.scss, and that's how you import Bootstrap into your application. The next thing I want to do is I want to do a try catch over here. So first I want to enable jQuery. So I'm going to say window.jQuery is equal to window.$, which is equal to require.myjQuery. So this jQuery is actually a package like that. So that's how we enable that. And now I'm also going to do a try catch. And then over here I'm going to just do require Bootstrap, and then I'm also going to require Popper. So it's Popper.js, and then at the very end I'm just going to do throw like that. Okay, so once that is done, I don't know if my development will run. Should run. So I'm going to do npm run watch on one of these terminals. So let's see if it actually runs. If it throws an error, then there's something wrong with the Bootstrap importations and all those things. But let's see if it will run. So Webpack compiled with an error. There we go. Can't resolve Popper.js in that. So we need to actually install the old Popper.js. So that's exactly what I want to do. So npm install popper.js like that. It's coming through. Which Bootstrap did I import first of all? Let me go back to my package.json. I imported Bootstrap version 4.5. That's okay. I'm not ready to use version 5 as of yet, but I'll eventually migrate. Okay, so I'm just going to do this. I'm going to do popper.js like so. Now the watched building. That's great. So now just from that importation, I've already brought in Bootstrap into my app.css like so. That is scary good that has happened. So I just want to import it into my index.html. So what I'm just going to do is do link :css like that. And I'm going to do /css / app.css. I'm going to save that and see if it will actually load as a new something. My key, my number one key. It's crazy. 127.00.1. It should be port 5000. I can see the font has actually changed from Times New Roman to the Bootstrap default, which I think is Poppins or something. I don't know what it's probably this one, or Helvetica or Korean New. I'm not so sure, but that being done, that being said, I think it's actually Helvetica. Is that or Blink Max System or Segway or Roboto? I don't know which one. But yeah, let's move on and move on swiftly. We shall. Alright, so inside my JS, we have also these have been imported. This is all Bootstrap, Popper, and jQuery and all this stuff. Alright, once that is done, we can actually use Bootstrap. Like let's say for example, I come in here and say Apex Legends Tracker. Let's leave it at that. I'm actually coming here to do some modal. So I'm going to do a modal. The button is going to be called launch. So that's it. So I'm going to click launch. It's all working because my Bootstrap is not imported in terms of like now the JavaScript. So I'm going to do script with a source. I'm going to do /js /app.js. I'm going to save that, reload, launch, and there we go. So it's working. So things like those, the modals, the stuff like that, it's working now. So this will be our main starting point. Okay, so once that is done, I want to actually do something here. So I'm gonna move this down. At the very top, I'm going to do const view is equal to require. No, actually, capital VUE is equal to require. I'm gonna say view, and I'm gonna call default because sometimes it just doesn't import the right package. Like it just doesn't import from the very base package. I'm gonna do the same for view router. So const view router is equal to require require what? That's it. Okay, so once that is done, I'm gonna come in here down and just start going ham with these commands and all. First things first, I'm gonna say, actually, let me actually put this inside another file over here, and I'm gonna call it bootstrap.js, and I'm just gonna import it like that. Then inside my app.js, I want to import it like this, require. I'm gonna do dash like that, bootstrap, easy as. So with Vue now in play, I'm gonna start typing in Vue use. I'm gonna go with the Vue router. What the hell? I feel weird now. Alright, so I'm gonna do const routes is equal to new, but wait, because it's a single page, why should I even need, like it's legit a single page, why should I need my Vue router? Like there's no other pages I'm actually going to be using. All I just want to use is Vue and an app.view. So I'm not going to use Vue router. Let's just leave it like that. Let's leave it like that for one. If I come to a point where I actually need Vue router, then yeah, I'll install it, or rather put it back. Okay, so now that we've established that, I'm going to come into my resources, JS. I'm actually going to go into my resources and type in here my views. So resources, I'm going to type in here views. I'm gonna put in here my app.view like that. Then over here I'm gonna say view, no, const app is equal to new view. Then inside there, the options I'm gonna use is element. My element will be so it will be dot dot dash views slash, oh no, actually const app will be equal to, no, const view will be equal to require. Then I'm gonna call my my app.view, so dot dot dash, I'm gonna go to views, then I'm gonna go to app.view, should be capital, yeah. And then I'm just going to put it over here as my L app. So the element will be an element with the div of app, What's next? I want to do, what's actually next with this? I can't actually quite recall. Could be what? Could be what? Could be what? I can't quite recall. Was it that we declared the component here? Okay, let's just try that actually. So this should be default. Gosh, I'm trying to think. Man, it's hard to think, man. Well, for starters, I think if I recall, there was something called, yeah, I think this was it. We call this a tracker in the last one, I think. So over here, I'm going to call it view. That. I'm going to require, no, actually, I'm just going to call view like that. And leave it at that. I mean, sometimes I forget how these things are done. Like, don't blame me. But yeah. So if that's the case, then what are we gonna do? After that, I'm gonna come into my index.html. I'm gonna do a div of id app. So over here, I'm gonna place my tracker, which is view that. That's actually not bad at all. Okay, so if I refresh this, everything is okay. If I check my console, everything is fine. Now, do I detect a view inside here? Not yet. Why? Because my app.view doesn't have a template. So view, what the heck? Yeah, there we go. That's what I was looking for. Need a template with a h1 saying this is view. So save that, refresh, reload. Nothing is happening yet. So why is that? Does it mean that my script needs to be loaded in the head? Or does it mean that there's a lot of shenanigans going on in the background? I'm not sure. But just setting up, this should have already worked. So what could be the problem? What could be the problem? If I come to my app.js, const app is equal to new view where the element is having an ID of app. Something more, most likely. If I'm thinking out loud, I don't know, maybe we need to declare this view into our window. You know, there's something here. This needs to actually be compiling. I don't know why it's not watching the files. Okay, maybe need to compile it again. Yeah, that's why it's. So they're saying that module pass failed and expected token. You may need an appropriate loader to handle this file type. Currently, no loaders are configured to process this file. No. Okay, fine. What? But I legit just declared it in a variable and put it in a view component. Let's actually try that then. Yeah, let's actually try this and then view require and then I'll bring in now my views, then my app.view. Let's save it like that and run. Let's watch. You have something to say? This is interesting. Well, this is actually legit interesting. Why is it refusing to compile? It worked the last time I did this. It was well over a year ago. So why is it refusing now? Interesting. So default. Now I don't understand why we have. Actually, I'm going to go to Laravel mix and check this out again. There's a CLI for this. I didn't know there was a CLI for this. Oh well, maybe they're just talking about. Maybe they're just talking about how. Okay, I think I know how the watch is done. Is going to be implemented. So I'm gonna come in here. I'm gonna do that. Right, let me run again. So is it going to watch from now? I think so. I think it's gonna watch from now. That's something that's gonna happen now. Maybe rename this. Cannot find it. Stack Overflow time, I guess. It's been a while. Using new technology when it comes to web development. I hated that I had to check this out. Okay. So it's always an issue with Webpack, yeah? Let's see. Well, it's all good. It's all good. It's all good. It's all running. It will be fine. It will be just fine. So, there's something with Webpack that is actually refusing to work with this. And I don't know if it's like the escape characters that have actually been used or something. But no, the thing is, I didn't touch anything in my node modules, so it should actually just bring up everything up front. But you know, it didn't import its standalone style over here. Let me see. Yeah, I didn't. What if I could just move it there, delete this views, and then require just be like that. So there's something up with the loaders, that's for sure. Oh well, the error occurred in line 1. I don't know why. The error occurred in line 1. I don't understand why. Unless there's the Vue version that I installed. What's the Vue version I installed? Yeah, version 2. What's going on here? First of all, I need to delete this. I don't need my Vue router in. That's strange. This is very strange. Why did it behave the way it's behaving? Okay. That is so strange from Vue. Very, very strange. That's actually quite strange. Okay, so let me see the full mix API. Maybe I can actually answer what is going on here. Add support for Vue single file components. This is what we were missing. Okay. So essentially, if I come in here to my webpack mix, I can just do that. And let me run mix again so that I can see if that will actually work. So Vue loader. Thank you. That's what was needed. Jesus Christ. I don't know why this was taking me so long to just think about. So the Laravel mix package and all those things, because there's an addition of Laravel version 3, version 2 and version 3 will react differently. So they decided to separate the different components and how they compile the different Vue stuff. So in order for that to happen, they had to separate the Vue loader from all those things. So let me try this again. So I'm gonna do Vue loader again. So Vue template. So Vue with defaults. Save that. See if it will run. And see if everything will be okay now. Gosh, that was so hard to think about, man. So I'm gonna put a h1. This is Vue, and finally when I click on refresh, I've got Vue component is not a function. So there's something that is going on here in my app.js, and it's this. So if I save that and refresh, do not use built-in or resolved HTML elements as component ID Vue. So so there's, I can't use this. I can just say tracker. Let's just call it tracker then. Then we call this tracker, and then we come here, press F2 on this, and call it tracker. Amazing. So now that is done, and this will also be saved, and that is good to go. I know that this entire thing, okay, my desktop audio is gone. That's okay. So once that is set up, I think we are good to go at this point. So I'm running Vue in development mode and yada yada yada. When I come to my index.html, I'm not going to call this Vue anymore. I'm going to call this tracker. Save that, refresh it, boom, this is Vue. So now I'm using Vue.js and everything is good to go. Alright, great. So crafting the very standard application, like crafting the basic layout of whatever this is supposed to be holding. Maybe if I came and did slash pages slash tracker.vue, saved that, came and opened a new folder inside here and called it pages, and then dragged this into that and saved it, then everything will be good, and it will still refresh and show this is Vue. Fine. So now I can use Bootstrap and Vue at the same time, such that if I came in here and did h1 of text center like that, and then I did this is centered text in Vue, save that, come in here, kaboom. So I'm using Bootstrap classes now. Great. Now there's something that I want to stay universal inside this application. First things first, I want to put this inside an M5. So .my5, I want to put that inside there, and then I want to put this inside that my5, so that we have padding from the top and not padding, but margin from the top and margin from below. And then over here I want to put a navigation bar, so a nav complete nav. No, actually nav should be like this, nav bar like that. So if I save that, come in here and refresh, we have this. Now I don't want this items inside here, maybe till here, even till there, and then I'm going to do bg dark, and I'm going to do navbar dark bg dark. That's okay. So if I save that and refresh, that's okay, that's all good. So nav, so I'm gonna do, maybe if I did a nav by default, I don't know, navbar brand, that's what it was. So I'm gonna just cut this and revert whatever I did, place that, and say apex tracker. Refresh this, it's good. Maybe also place whatever is inside the navbar inside a container. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do dot container and place that there, so it comes more central. Right, that's good. What else? Okay, so now what I want to do now is actually deal with the API that is within our Apex tracker and all those things. So I need to get tracker API key, a tracker API URL, and all those things need to be set fine and dandy. So my node.env, my port, all gone into the .env.example and my .env. So what I'll just do is I'll copy this and place it inside the template over here like this, and erase this. Now from going into our Apex Legends tracker from tracker.gg, I'll just come in here, I'll log in as myself. So I log in like so. Come in here for to developers. So I'll say start building now, create an app, and I'll choose a file. Now I don't know. Do I have my apps here? Yeah, I have an Apex Legends. I have two Apex Legends trackers over here. This is the one that I created over here, this one right now. If you want to, maybe we can use the same API keys and all those. So I'll just do that essentially. So I'll just go to app details. So I think you only need to make one app for all titles. Do not create an app per title. I'll just go down. I'll use this API key, this current API key. So this is my tracker API key. And I'll come in here and say tracker API key. And I'll paste that there. You can put it in a string format as well. I shouldn't be in my .env.example. Oops. So I just cut that, put it in my .env, and then take this tracker API key like this, copy, paste it here. And then we have some API URLs that we're going to be using within the application. So this is how I'm going to go to the documentation. Then I'll come into Apex Legends, and this is the tracker. These are the URLs that you usually use. So there's platform, then there's platform user identifier and all those things. So I'm just going to take this one like this, and then I'm going to paste it inside here as my tracker app URL or API URL. So that should be essentially that. I'm going to leave it as a string just to be safe from all the white spaces. So that, save that. And then I'm going to come in here. For those of you who need help, I'm going to copy this. I'm going to paste it here. And that is done. Great. Okay, so what essentially do we need next? We need to start coding out our API.js. So essentially, we're just going to initialize our router again. So const router is equal to require express, and I'm going to look for the router like so, which is a function, and then I'm going to do a few things here, like what? We'll initialize. I think we'll initialize our fetch API. So I'm going to do const fetch is equal to require node fetch. We'll use node fetch for now. Router dot get. So I'm gonna go the get, and I'm gonna do now. If I can recall properly, if we can recall, actually, let me just actually open this the tracker again. So far, okay. So you can see we've taken only this. So what's remaining is filling in the platform and the platform user identifier. So the platform user identifier is basically your gamer tag. The platform is, it can be either PSN, XBL, or PC. I think it's Origin or something like that. I don't know. Now, yeah, it is. So Origin, XBL, PSN, like that. And then the user identifier, that's the user handle given on Xbox Live, the game tag, the origin ID, or the PSN ID, etc. Let's do that. Let's do this implementation. So we'll do a route get, yeah. And then to get the, so this is the get request basically. We're not doing any posts. It's just a get request that we're doing for, to get all our data. So I'm going to do router get. I'm going to do slash, and then I'm going to initialize some parameters over here. So I'm going to do platform, yeah, and then I'm going to do gamer tag. So these are the parameters that will be passed on through our request, yeah. So if we do that get request, it's not supposed to open up like this. If we do this get request, this is a function that's actually happening. So inside this is supposed to be a callback. So inside this callback, we have a request and a response because it's a get request. So request and response, like so. Okay, so the first thing I want to do, first of all, is put our API key into our headers, because we will not be able to load all this data if this API key is not in your headers. So all you just need to do is do a try catch for this entire function that's going to be happening. I'm going to shorten it as error. And then over here in this try function, I'm going to do const, and I'm going to take the parameters from the request. So I'm just going to do platform. And we'll also do gamer tag is equal to request dot params. So essentially, request params platform is platform, request params gamer tag is gamer tag, and so on and so forth. So after doing that, what I'll just do in after this, I'm going to put in our headers. So const headers, and normally it's supposed to be an object. So the object in this situation first let's go back here. To get for a certain player, let's see how we are supposed to label this API key. So let's try this. We run this over here. So I'm gonna paste this here. I'm gonna do XBL, and then I'm also going to do here my username. So you can see message no API key found in request. So which API key, how are we supposed to put in the API key? That is the question. Let's see. So you see this, yeah. This is how you're supposed to actually do it. So trn API key. That's what you're supposed to label it. So trn API key is this for me. So essentially that's what's supposed to be in my object right here. So I'm going to do trn API key is, and actually because it's hyphenated, then there'll be a problem. So I'm going to put it into quotes. And I'm going to call in my process.env .tracker underscore API underscore key. And that's that for the headers. Is there anything else that's needed in the headers? The GET request, the API key, the accept application JSON. This is a universal acceptance for the browser, and then accept encoding gzip. It's also a universal addition, so that's okay. Then what else? So now I think we're just going to do this const response or response, because the res dynamic is already being used. So const response is equal to, I'm gonna do an await as I make this asynchronous. Alright, so await, and then I'm gonna call fetch as a function. And I'm going to do what am I going to do? I'm going to type in now the URL. The URL in this situation, okay, the URL in this situation is what I have actually pasted in here. That's my tracker API URL. So that's exactly what I'm going to do over here. So I'm going to do $, and then that, so I can call process.env .tracker API URL, and then I'm going to do a // and then I'm going to do I'm going to do now the platform in the gamer tag /gamer tag, and then I'm going to do I think it accepts now my other options at this point. So oh yeah, and this is actually variables, so I need to actually call it with this. So d that, oops, yeah, I think that's enough. So I think it will actually accept my headers inside my little cocoon over here. So I think it should be the object and then headers. So headers is equal to headers basically, yeah. And then I want my data. So this data will be the response, and it will all because this is coming from the fetch API, I can take this to JSON, and that will be that. So the response will be in JSON format, so res.json, and then I return the data that's in JSON format. Alright, now how do we catch the error? So we're just going to log it for development purposes. Essentially, a server is not supposed to return an error, but res.status, that will be the response. It will be status of 500, and the JSON will be body having a message called server error. So 500 is the 500's status codes are for the server errors. After doing all that, I'm just going to do modules exports, and I'm going to export this router that I've done. Essentially, this is done. This is done. What is the next move? Using it inside Vue. Gosh, now, hey, this is where things get a bit exciting. Okay, take some more coffee. I'm getting a bit excited over here. Okay. Calm down, Steve-O, calm down, Steve-O. Essentially, I want to deal with the data part first. So this is what I actually essentially expect. So inside my export default area, I'm gonna do data. Data is usually like this, and there's a return function inside here. So I'm going to return an object of data, lots and lots of data, especially because we're dealing with now a form that's going to be returning that's going to be posted, and also we're also going to be dealing with the challenger stats and also the King Stephen NOS stats. So essentially, I'm just gonna start with King Stephen NOS. So I'm just gonna call it King Stephen. I can't type my gamer tag. What the heck? And it's gonna be empty like that. I'm gonna do challenger, which is going to be empty like so. So now, essentially, you can even put it like this and leave it empty, but well, conventional method. So I want to do the King Stephen NOS stats, which are usually damage, which is blank. Then they have kills, which is blank. And then we also have rank, which is also blank now. And then we also have level, which is blank. Now this is no stats. I'm going to put a comma here and duplicate this below it. Then I'm just going to call this stats for the challenger. It's going to be essentially the same, and yeah, that's it. So next thing is player details. Which is also an object that's going to be the platform user handle. Maybe I'll just call it gamertag. And I'll call the gamertag the slug, so platform slug, or just say platform. We're calling it the slug as well. And then the avatar. URL, which is also blank. Okay, excellent. Now I'm going to put the new form essentially. So I'm just going to say challenger form is equal to, because new form, and it's just going to essentially be having the platform and the handle. Give me a tag. So that's it. That's it. So what's next? There's more data that we need to handle over here. Matters of style I've eradicated. What is the next thing that we need to handle over here? The methods and the computed stuff. Just want to really think about this first. Okay, so methods should be after this. Is it after that or after? Yeah, it's after this. So methods. So the methods, we have plenty of them. First, we want to get NOS data so that we can fill in this particular Kingston NOS or even the NOS stats at this point. Okay, so once we get the NOS data, which is a function, we want to use a certain package that I have actually not imported. Now that's my bad. I'll actually do this just now. So I'm going to do npm install Axios. That's it. There's something else I've just thought. If we're going to use the API keys to like do this, then we actually need a URL to hide everything. Because if we're actually using Express in this situation, I don't expect us to put in the GET request of like the I don't expect us to put in the GET request functionalities from directly into chakra.gg, where we actually type in this entire thing, this public API chakra, this whole thing. What I want us to do is actually input a link that would actually be used over here. So I want to go into my server, and then I want to do the app.use function again. I'm going to type in here API slash profile, maybe. No, I'll just say profile. Yeah, API profile slash like that, API profile like that. I think leaving it like that would be okay. Great. So once we come back, I'm going to save this, and then I'm going to come into my tracker.gg. So inside here, I want to actually impose a get request over here. So I could actually do this in async await. So I can say async get NOS data. I can say const res is equal to, no, I can put this in a try catch where I catch the error, and I can say const res is equal to Axios dot get, and I need to actually import this Axios, which is a capital. So I need to come in here, and then I'll do window.axios is equal to require, and then I'll require what? Axios. Yeah, God, thought it was not installed. Could put the default, I could leave it the way it was. Let me do default, just to be safe. So I'm gonna do axios dot get. So it's a get request that I'm actually doing and getting the data. And then I'm gonna do API slash profile slash, and then I put in the username, which is XBL, the platform, which is XBL, and then I put the username, which is King Steven NOS, like that. Okay, then now within the results, I'll just do this dot King Steven NOS is equal to res. This is the response that we get here, and then I do dot data. Then I'll also probably console log, and I'll do res.data. Okay, so to test if this is working, there's a method over here called created that's usually used outside here. So I can do created, and then this created one, I'll just run this dot get NOS data to test if this thing is working. So now I need to actually, before I go on and just place everything there, I need to catch this error first. So I'll just do console log, and I'll do error. So now essentially the console log will not appear now inside our development server over here, but it will appear now on the browser that is running it. So essentially when we run into an error, we'll just have to check it out from there. So this get nos data is a function that should be running right about now. So if I come in here, refresh, you can see that there's over here. So uncaught in promise error, request failed with status code 404. If I check the network, we can see cannot get API profile XBL Kingston NOS. Just fine, it's all right. There should be a reason towards why I couldn't do that. So if I come back here, should start with this, maybe. Let's actually try that. Maybe it's fine now. So cannot get this. Which is strange because I thought I've handled everything within here. If I was to come and show the view data, maybe I don't know why I don't have the view dev tools enabled here. So it's saying cannot get API profile XBL Kingston NOS. This is so strange. My server should be working on this. In fact, oh yes, this is why it should be API routes like that. Okay, let's run this. Boom. Okay, so it's working. The status is 200. No properties have been emitted. I don't know why I've gone to this crypto site. So if I go to my console, there's undefined. Why is it undefined? Beats me. If I go to API, see the headers considered is equal to response.json. Maybe I can do away with this for now, and then I can say res.json response, and then try and see if that will actually do something. Error in data, reference form is not defined. Reference error form is not defined. Reference error form is not defined. I think v form, maybe. Yes. Okay, I think I've just recalled that v form has not been imported into our application. So with this app.js, I'll come and do the ES6 module of importation just to see if it will work. So v form is the module name, v form, and then the modules are, if I can recall, there was form, there was has error, and then there was also alert error. Some things that I'll just have to run into ever so slightly again. Then because I've not actually downloaded the module vform, so I'll just do npm install vform. It's another one that I need to install. Crazy. And then because I'm using it in another file over here, like this new form, I need to actually enable this inside the window. So I'm just going to do window.form is equal to form, and then maybe I can just do without alert error and has error, because I have toast for everything. So there's a problem with my Laravel mix, and it's saying cannot resolve vform. What about now? So vform, like that. Now it's okay. So if I refresh, still undefined, but the error is gone so far. Now I need to actually check out this response and see how it's actually working. So I'll do console log response, like so. Then I can see promise pending, promise status fulfilled, promise object, method get data. There is no size whatsoever. So headers, the headers okay. So the promise has not yet been fulfilled. What if I did await? I forgot about the async await. Yeah, here we go. So there's some data that has returned. So if I came in here and did res.data, then we have this data. We have the size, we have the get size, set timeout, all those things. ID 39. Okay, let's go back to res first and see what kind of data we're dealing with. Okay, so there's data here. So if I go to data, there is a size which is 0, timeout is 0. Everything is just, yeah, it's not. It's actually quite interesting. So maybe, should it have even been XBL, if we're being totally honest? Let's go to network, we see. Yeah, it should be XBL, but why is it refusing? So for starters, if I was to think about how the response turned out. I removed some things over here. Maybe this response needed to be actually in JSON format, so maybe let's add JSON like that. Okay. And if I want to use that, I think there's something else I've actually been missing inside my server. There's something over here that I usually install called body parser. And I don't know why I just decided to forgo using body parser essentially. Well, but I mean, I don't think there's any point in using it at this point. So let's just save that server and just refresh at this point again. Okay, so there's a bit of a dilemma coming in. Yeah, there's something to do with promises that is playing around with my mind over here. So let's see this response JSON. Let's try that. Should be okay now. So how is my data looking? It's empty. How is it looking now? Does my data have stuff? Data. There we go. So it's working. We have an array of an item here. There's some values that are coming in. That's not so there's a platform info, which is there's a platform URL over here. There's a platform slug. There's a platform user handle, user ID, user identifier. Then we can also come into my segments, which has 0 is stats. The stats would be damage, kills, level, and rank score. Okay, so we'll come into data, then go into segments, then go into stats, then go into picking this out one by one. So damage is there's display value, there's display name, and then there's display type, which is good. Since stats is an object, I think every user has damage, kills, level, and rank score. We have display category, we have display name, we have display type, and display value. We have some metadata over here that I don't think can be used really. So that's it. Then there's a percentile, then there's a rank, and there's a value, which is okay. So we can actually get our data right now. So everything is running smoothly. What else are we missing? And I want to wrap this up before 4:30 comes in. So if I come back to my Vue.js file over here, I have this first one for getting the data for NOS, which is essentially this. So what I want to do is, upon initialization, I want to say that some of these stats will belong here. So I'll get the stats from here and then put them in here one by one later on. I want to take the challenger into account. So essentially there's usually a form that's going to be filled in. So when that form is filled in, yeah, we want to do something called get challenger. So there's a form filled in that has wait, first of all, is this method? So I want to do this. So I want to get the challenger now. So get challenger. Now this method will come now from the form itself. So upon filling in the form, we're just going to say let gamertag be equal to this dot player dot handle. In fact, we don't even need to fill in, like we don't even need to declare this challenger form as new form. We just need to do this, yeah, challenger form, then handle, and or is it handle? It's platform. No, handle gamer tag. Then we'll do the same for the the platform. I like doing this. Okay, so what's next? Well, we'll have to check if these forms are actually you can be able to submit and stuff like that. If I can remember correctly, there's supposed to be a button to submit a form. Actually, I think I may have had this wrong, so let me just do new form. No, it's actually okay, because I know that if I do the form from HTML and post it, I can do a prevent default using jQuery. Alright, now what's the next thing? So at this point I'll say if, and this time if gamer tag dot length is equal to 0, or platform dot length is equal to 0, then what are we going to do? We are going to actually call in something over here. There's something else I needed to do. There's some custom JavaScript that I want to put in, so I'll call it script.js, and inside here I want to enable something called toast. So I'm just going to do const swal is equal to require, and I'm going to require sweet alert 2. I'm going to call the default, and then I'm going to do I'm going to do window toast is equal to swal dot mixin, and then I'm going to call in some few options over here. So toast is equal to true, position top right, and then I'm gonna put a timer for 5 seconds, so 5,000, and then I'm gonna put in the timer progress bar. Timer progress bar is equal to true, so that you can actually see the progress bar, and that's everything that's going to be there at this point. So over here I'm going to use this toast to display everything essentially. So I'm going to say toast dot fire, and I'm going to do a warning over here. So I'm going to say icon, and then it's going to be called warning, and I'm going to do icon title. So title, it will be warning. Why is it so hard to type here? And then what else am I doing? Say text, and I'll say the text is please, no, you can not have empty fields. And I'm going to be using modals from Bootstrap from now, so there's an else statement for this actually. We can either decide to do an else statement over here, or we can decide to do a return to stop the function at this point. Either put in the return here, or do the return here after the toast. So that we don't have to put the else statement. Minimizes the bulk, so that this is not the limitation of the entire the entire function from not happening. So upon fulfilling whatever is going on here, if this returns true and this returns false, then the statement is true and this will run. If this returns, the logic, you get the logic. I just want to finish this, to be honest. Over here I'm just gonna do, maybe we can just do an else statement. I don't know if it's conventional, but I'm gonna do async over here. Then I'm gonna do a try catch, and then yeah, essentially I'll just have to return so that the promise is being told that it's not going to be fulfilled in that return statement. But in this else statement, I'll just do const res is equal to await axios, which is capital. I'm gonna do get, which the get will be, at this point in time, the get will be now the API. So I'm gonna do backticks, and I'm gonna do API, just a backslash, so backslash API slash v1 slash profile, and then because we're inputting some few things here, the things that we're going to be inputting in this situation would be things we'll be putting in this situation, the gamer tag that are coming in, and the platform. So so I'll just do that. Yeah, here we go, the gamer tag and the platform, which will be essentially this. So gamer tag and the platform. No, it should be platform then gamer tag. And then we're going to put in the coming responses into a toast. So I'll say if res.data.errors. So if there's such a thing that exists called errors like that, so then I'll just toast fire icon. The icon will be warning still, or info maybe. Info, let's do info. Let's do info, then we say the title. Title will be oops. And then we'll have what text. Text will be, come on, think. User not found. If there is an error, the only way that this error could occur is if the user is not found. So let's just say res.data.errors.message. I think this is how it usually appears, but we'll see. We'll actually see. I also want to console log it, so I'll just do console log it. Res data errors, that's what I want. Now in catching, I'll do the icon to be an error, the actual error. So catch error, so I'll just console log it. And I'll put the error there. And then I kind of I think at this point, after catching the error, I forgot. What is the else of this? If there are no errors, what do we do? We are using model, so we want to close the model, but we don't know the ID of the model. Let me see. So the else will be this dot challenger. Yeah, now this dot challenger is equal to res dot data, like that. And then yeah, I'll just I'll do let me do a comment over here saying close the module so that I don't forget. It's nice. Okay, so upon receiving this error that we're talking about here, I want to toast the error as well as console logging it. So I want to say toast.fire, and the options will be icon. The icon will be an error icon. The title will be, I don't know, if I say maybe error. Let's say error. And then we can do, what can we do here? Text. The text will be the error itself. Okay, I think that's it. So getting the challenger and getting the NOS data, and then now afterwards we'll do a check. Okay, so let's work on now how we see this stuff. I want to essentially put it in a card. because that's what I did the first time. Wow, so tired. So that's essentially what I did the first time. Yeah. So this is what I'm actually going to do. I'm going to place this entire thing inside a container. So container, a container div, like that. And then I'm going to do a row. So dot row and dot justify content center. And inside that, I'm going to do a column of MD6. And then I'm going to do a column of 12. And then afterwards I'll do a margin on the y-axis of 3 or maybe 4. Let's just try 3 first. And then I'm gonna do some few things. I'm gonna do a card. This is the Bootstrap card, and then I'm gonna do my own personal class, which is going to be called, I'll call it card apex. And then I'll do some few image classes over here. So I'll just do image class, image img class with img card image top maybe. And I'll just do that. And src, there's usually some, I think there's an image that usually comes together with that entire card, the data that's coming in. So I leave this like as is. Then I'll come and do img and then I'll do, wait, no, it's not like that, but img, then I'll do dot profile, and then I'll also do dot rounded circle, because I know rounded circle is a Bootstrap class that allows me to round the image that is coming in. So I think at this point, let's actually start looking at the data. So upon looking, this is the data that we have. On this data, we have another data over here, another data function over here. I'll actually refresh this again. I don't know why it's not coming through. Data, you can see we have data over here, and then inside data, or rather data, we have our platform info over here. So the platform info that we have here is the platform info that we have here. We have the avatar URL, which is like this, and then we also have the platform slug. We also have the user handle. So this image, let's just actually look at it. So this is what nope. I'll do this, but then I'll remove the quotes. Okay, so this is me. Yes, so this is my platform profile photo. Okay, that's good. So that's what I want to use. So essentially, if this is actually going to be occurring inside my item over here, so I'm console logging res, not res.data. So instead of going to data, I'll go to Kingston and OS data. So I'll come in here and I'll say source. I'll actually do a bind, vbind source like that. and then I'll do King Steven NOS dot, and then I'll come to data dot, then there's platform info, and then I'll do dot, and then I think I was supposed to look for the avatar URL and save it. Now if I was to refresh this, you can see my avatar URL has popped up all of a sudden inside my top, at the top of the card. I wanted it to be inside the rounded circle actually. So I'm gonna cancel this, I'm gonna copy it and paste it here. Needs a quote. So I'm gonna put it there. Let's see if it will pop up. So it's popped up here. I can do a few things here and there. For starters, I know that the width needs to be around 100 to 150. So I'll say width needs to be maybe say 125 pixels, and then the height nearly the same, but I'll just put in outer to see for good measure. So if I do that, go back here, yeah, that looks more like it. So this one, this needs to actually change. This one is not avatar URL, but should be maybe inside our metadata, because what I want to put inside here is like now the image of the legend that we use. So I'm gonna come in here, go to data again. I'm gonna go to maybe segments. Let's go to segments. I'm gonna go to metadata because I felt like metadata would be having the stuff, but I can see there's no images ready for us. I could go to segments, then I go to, I think, which array? So these are all arrays. So I'll go to array 1. I'll go to attributes, just objects. I'll go to expiry, go to metadata. Yeah, pg URL, like that. This is it. Take it. I'll come in here, paste it here, and yeah, there we go. So this is Bloodhound. So what I'll do, because where did we go? How did we go about this? So we went to data, segments, 1, metadata, bg URL, a bg image URL. Okay, so that's essentially what we're going to be doing here. So I'm going to go to data, then segments, then I'm going to take 1, and then I'm going to go to metadata, and then I'm gonna go to bg image URL. Fine and dandy. Boom. Now it doesn't quite appear like this one. See, this is centered like this. Yeah, you can all see it's centered like this, but this one is not as good. Like, so I want this to come in between here. So what am I going to do? So inside my inside my app.css, I want to do another import over here. So I want to say import I want to say import I'm gonna say styles, and then I'm gonna create another file over here called styles. It's gonna be underscore styles.scss. Enter and save it, and it will pop up. Okay, so inside here I want to do something with that card essentially. So with that card, first I want to do no, the background actually is a bit different here. It's a bit dark. So there's an actual background image that was involved in this situation. Maybe actually let's look for that background image. Apex Legends background HD. So we look for high definition background image. Where's my favorite legend? It's Bloodhound, yeah. Maybe we use this one. Yeah, we could use this one. So I'm gonna download it. So save image as that, and then I'm going to come here, drag it into our project and put it inside resources, and then I'm gonna create an images folder and I'm gonna drag it inside there. Then wait, what? Confused. Don't ask me again, please. Okay, then inside my styles, this is something I want to actually really do. First things first, body. So I'm going to take my body and apply this. I'm going to put the background image, and I'm going to put in a URL. So the URL will be this dot dot dash. I go to images and pick that one out. If I save that, it will be amongst these. So there we go. So you can see the images has been posted, and then we also have I think it's not in our public. Is it in our public really? No, it's in an images file over here. So I need to, that's why I needed to set a public path. Set resource root. Let me see what this set resource root is. Set the resource path. Okay. So set public path. That's what set. You just add set the public path. And then I want to do public. Just like that. Okay. I think I'll have to run mix from the very beginning. As you can see, this is not a sort of fun experience to see that some things are not actually working the way you expected them to work. You can see images inside here, CSS inside there, but there's another public folder. I don't understand why you're creating yourself. So let me terminate again and see why it's actually doing this. You can see with this, with JS, it's working well, but with maybe I do this. Let's just try that again. Behave yourself, please. Behave yourself, please. It's beginning to piss me off, by the way. It's just pissing me off. Shit. Okay. For this situation, we delete this. I don't know why it's. I don't know why. I really don't know why. Maybe we just need to do this. We need to erase that and just do it like that. And then run watch again. Let it finish up. Great stuff. Good behavior. At last, something is behaving. Alright, so we come in here into this. This is the background, and here it is loading. Here's the stuff loading the component, the card at arm's length. Okay, so there's something I want. Yeah, I want the background position. Or the font. No, actually everything is fine. Everything is actually fine. What else? I'm trying to think, how do we get this image, card image top, to start moving towards the right and stuff? Well, let me see. If I was to start setting a certain thing straight, it would be that card image, but I can't quite recall. What is it I'm supposed to do? How do you do it in styles? Because I know I labeled it as profile. So me labeling it as a profile class is something that came to be expected out of the profile class. One is the positioning of that card. Why am I going this way? Should be here. Okay, one is the positioning of that card. So the card is already being positioned towards the right. What if I did align item center? If I did that, our build is successful. It's not working. What about align self to center? Would that work? Yeah, that works. The Z index, right now it's at 1. Maybe I'd put it at 2 and then move it upwards. So Z index to be 2. And then I do margin top at -50 perhaps. So -50 pixels. If that happens, build. Okay, refresh. Oh, interesting. All right. So things are going well. So maybe I can do some little things that don't even like influence anything. Like say, for example, the border block. Now I'll come to that later on to do some color inheritance and stuff like that. But I'll leave that for now. At least that is working. So there's some few things that I want to add now. So there's, let's see. Since we're still in this card, still insisting in this card, we can do the card body. So the card body, and then inside our card body we can do our card subtitle, and from the card subtitle we can also make it text centered, and we can run it like that. So I think I think that's okay, I guess. There's one package I'm just thinking about right now, which is Font Awesome. Let's actually do that. Let's install Font Awesome. So I'll do npm install at font awesome / font awesome -free and take some coffee as it installs. Okay, great. So what do we do next? We go to our app over here. So this was for installing Bootstrap. If all of you remember, this was for installing Bootstrap. So I'm going to comment this out and say Bootstrap. Now over here, I will comment this out here and put font awesome. And it's supposed to be font awesome 5. So I'll just do import. And now we're going to go into our node modules folder, right, like this. And then we're going to look inside the font awesome / font awesome free icons. And I'm gonna go to SCSS and we're going to import a few things here. So there was, let me actually look it up. So go to node modules, this font awesome, SCSS, and these last 5 of them. So this is brands.scss, and then we're going to also import font awesome, regular, solid, and before shines. So brands, so I'm going to start with font awesome actually. Font awesome .scss. We're gonna do regular .scss. I'm gonna do brands. I'm gonna do solid. Then I'm gonna do v for shims. Like that. Okay, we'll save that and wait for it to build. And it's done successfully. Everything is good. Cool. So if we look into our public folder, we'll see fonts having all those things. Images is okay, everything is good. So I'll save that and we'll start running with whatever we have over here. So I'll come back to my tracker and I'll come to start doing some beautiful stuff. Like for example, I'll do this as a conditional render. So this is Vue, vif. So vif, and then I'm going to check if the platform slug is available. So I remember that it was in the same category as this. So I'm going to do vif King Steven nos dot data dot platform dot is it platform slug? I think. Let's just try that first. If it was there, then we put that into a h1. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to put that in a h1. Right. So if that's in a h1, it will render perfectly. So they're saying type error cannot read property platform slug of undefined. Okay, so it's not platform slug. So data, then we'll go to what is it again? Platform info. Then we go to platform slug. There we go. So my platform slug is XBL. So this is the if statement. So there's no way you can check a true or false statement out of a string. So I'm just going to do XBL. Then stop it there. Okay. Now render, please. Cannot read property. Should be Kingston and OS data platform info. Yeah. And this should actually be like that. So wait, what's happening? Why is it not rendering? Oh, it was also there. Okay, boom, XBL, just like that. So now, if it's Xbox, then render it as Xbox. If it's PlayStation, render it as PlayStation. And if it is, EA, render it as EA. So Xbox, PSN, Origin, like that. So this one will be PSN, and this one will be EA Origin. So Origin, like that. So I think there's a class for Xbox. I believe that's why I installed FontAwesome in the first place. So I'm just going to do Xbox for FontAwesome 5. Thank you very much. I'll do it bold, and I'll do it large, and I'll just leave it blank like so. So I leave it like this, and then if I refresh, I have the Xbox logo right there. Great. Now I'm gonna do something beautiful. I'm gonna do a text Xbox class, and now this text Xbox class, I'm gonna be putting it inside my styles. So I'm gonna do text Xbox, which is a class, and I'm gonna do text color, or rather color, sorry. Color is gonna be, if I recall, green is supposed to be the higher value, so let's just do this company colors. Brand colors. Yeah, there we go. Then search a brand Xbox. This is the green for Xbox. I'm gonna paste it here. So it's gonna be shift, then boom. I think that's generally it. Let it build. Okay, so I'm gonna refresh, reload. Yeah, the color is appeared. Okay, so text Xbox done. I'm gonna do the same for PlayStation and Origin. So I'm gonna look for PlayStation. Where is this? Brand colors, PlayStation. It's here. Copy it. Gonna replace it here, and then Origin. or EA PC Steam. I'll use Steam. I'll use Steam like that. So maybe even change this to Steam. And then after doing all that, let me actually close this stuff with the server. This, I actually don't need them. Just need to come and change these and that. We don't need this. Web.js is done. API.js is done. Index.html is done. These are all done. It's just dealing with this one Vue file. So I'm going to essentially do PlayStation. So I'm gonna make it bold. PlayStation. I'm gonna do it large. I'm gonna do text PlayStation. Oops. Save it. What's next? This is the Steam. I think I'll just use Steam. So font also 5 for Steam. That. Make it bold. Make it large. And then I'll just do text Steam. Okay, that's fine. What's next? Why did I say text centered instead of text center? I think my English is always going to hit me up. So essentially I wanted it to appear like over here in the center, like that. But now everything is good, everything looks fine and dandy. So it's taking shape, as you guys can see, it's almost there. So essentially I'll just deal with whatever I have left here. The background as well. You know, the background needs to be, I don't know, there's something. Okay, let me try this. There's something I want to try. So if I come in here into styles and then do this background position top and save it, let it render and build, mix build, there we go. So if I refresh, yeah, so it's more centered now, the entire image. Before it wasn't centered. Okay, so over here it's saying cannot read property segments of undefined. I don't know why. Anyway, that error is it's just let me see if it has any networking errors. It doesn't, none whatsoever. Yeah, none whatsoever. So what's going on? Even this one probably has some errors. Yeah, it does. It has one. I go to console, cannot read property segments of undefined, but it works. Anyway, I've left that one alone. Actually, let me just go back so that we can all see it as it appears. So it's taking shape. What else do we need? We need my gamer tag right underneath it. So how do we go about that? Well, we're gonna do a card title and put it as a h4 actually. So I'm gonna do that actually just now. If I do this, if I go to this at the below this conditional render, I'll just start with card title. So h4, I'll make it a h4, and then I'll do card title, and then I'll do text center. And then after doing that, I will do an if statement over here. An if inside here, so that it can also be a conditional render. So v-if. Now, what do I want to conditionally render inside this if statement? Well, essentially, this is going to hold the username. So I just want to check if the username actually exists. So if King Steven NOS, so this is going to be King Steven NOS.data, like this. And then inside that data, I'm gonna go into the platform info. And then I'm going to check for the platform user handle inside that data. So if it exists, then render out this guy's platform user handle, like that. So do that here. The next thing I want to have happen is maybe a div with what? Let's just do this. Then we do row, of course. Then we do justify content center. So we can do inside here we do a column of MD6, which would be otherwise a column of 12 on mobile, and then we do a text center of the entire matter, and then we do more conditional renders over here. So I'll say, let me just, why is it refusing? Yo, okay, so gosh, if so this will only render if it exists. So v-if, more v-ifs. There's so many I'm going to be using right now. So I'm going to say King Steven NOS. So what am I going to put in this first one? I think from this last one it was the kills, then the damage, then the rank score, then the level right underneath. So that's exactly what I'm gonna do. So I'm going to do King Steven NOS dot, then I'm gonna do data, then dot platform info. No, is it platform info? I think it's segments. Let me see. Should be segments. Data segments. I'm gonna go to 0 from what I remember, and then stats. So there's damage, kills, level, rank score. So I'll just do that. King Steven NOS data segments. Then I go into 0, and then I come and do stats. Now it had kills, it had damage, it had rank score, it had the level. So I'm just gonna do kills, and then because it's gonna check for that, it's gonna render it, and then I'm gonna say inside here, I'll just say kills, or yeah, so what does that kills section have? Let me actually check it out. So it has kills, which is an object. So I check kills. There is display name, which is killed, and then there's display value. So there's kills. I wish I could just iterate through all that data and put it inside like its own UI representation, but it's better we do it like this. So we have the kills display name. So I'm gonna do that. then put the kills dot display name, and then I'm gonna put it in a colon and a space, then I put those curly brackets again, then I say display value. Let's see how it renders, like so. So this particular one was not placed in the curlies, so I need to do that just now. Boom. So that is done. It will be centered. It will have the kills. So almost identical, as you can see, almost there. Just the fonts need to change. Okay. So the kills are present. What is next? The next thing should be just the same way. We have what if we're looking at this and looking at this at the same time, should be damage and rank score and then the level. So kills, damage, rank score. So kills, damage, rank score. I really hope that's how it goes about. Let me just actually, okay, if I refresh and it works, yeah, it works. Okay. Let's just leave that alone then. What's next? Okay, I need to stretch my body backwards and think. We're in this situation where we have I mean, these all are just texts themselves. I want a heading style text as to display the level. So if I do what? Right. If I do, let me just do this. So I'll do column 12. So col 12, and I'll just display the name here, level. So I'll put it as a heading. So H2, I'll put it level. I'll do 400 pixel. If I do that and I add maybe text center, boom, I have it done. Now, what if I classed this H2? Now this a H2, but now actually it's okay because I don't need to even center it. I'll do a VF, and then I'll do if the segments have a level, then I'll do a H2 of this, so level dot display value, and then I'll do so this one and this one will be like this. This one will be display name, not display value. And what else? What else? So if I refresh that, yeah, that's okay. So it's almost identical. We're almost done with it. I think there's something else we're missing. Because there's a lot of space in between all those. Maybe add a HR tag. See what it does. So it separates this one. Separates that one. Separates that one. Let's see. Yeah, so the spacing is now a bit better. It's actually almost the same. First to say something about that. And then the distance between this and this would depict it for me to think that it's at the footer of the card. So I'll come in here and then I'll do a card footer. So dot card footer, and then I'll do a modal. So I'll do a modal to default. The button will be a launch, and I'll refresh. Oops, wrong refresh. It needs to be type button text center. Can I do text center on the button? Oops, that's type. Can I do a center on a button? No, I can't. So maybe remove this and then now put in our custom class over here. Maybe say btn apex, and then also over here I want to remove this. I want to remove this btn. I put it small like that. Then I'll say compare. So after doing that compare, and then yeah, I think that's it. It's a data toggle modal, then it will trigger our modal class. I feel like I want to put this modal class in another view component maybe, but I don't know. I really don't think it's necessary. But I mean to reduce the bulk of the code, maybe I should. So I'll do this, I'll erase it, and then I'll come in here and create another view. I'll say modal.view, and then I will do a view with default. Like that. So I'll do that, and then I'll paste the modal inside here. Then I come and drag everything back like that. Okay, so if I do that and then come in here and I do an importation, so import, I come and import modal from, and then I come in here and do this, and modal got. And then I come in here and do components, which is like this and like that. Then I do modal. Will that be it? Is it? My God. Let's try this. Yeah. Should have done that. Okay, so that's it. Let's see if it will actually render. Build, please. Okay, so there's a double entry there. So build, please. It's built. Okay, so refresh. Boom. So if I hit compare, yes, there we go. So it's reduced the bulk of the code and everything looks fine and dandy. So if I want to edit anything with a modal form, I'll do it over here. So let's take a short break a little bit. Okay, now that we're continuing, I said this was going to be a 3-hour stream. It's already 3.5 hours gone. I'm a slow coder. Let's just be honest. I'm gonna delete this modal footer. Let's just finish this. I'm not gonna waste a lot of time. I'm not gonna take a lot of people's time here. So I'm gonna create a form inside here. So I'm gonna call it form. Actually, let me actually look for some forms that I want to open a new window here and look for some few maybe some forms from the Bootstrap creation that was there before and use them here. So I'm gonna go to resources, views. This is from Laravel project, and then I'm gonna take this register form actually. So whatever is in this register form, I take it. So I'm gonna take it and I'm closing it. So I'm coming back here, pasting that form there, and the action gone. Actually, all this is gone. I just put ID, and then I say form, just like that. No such thing as CSRF. I'll do CSRF later. This error stuff gone. All this stuff, value gone. This at error gone. Gone. Value gone. This email address gone. This is also gone. Okay, gone. I actually put some. I only need 2 inputs really. The name, this two. So the rest of the form can decide to go and do its own. So this is a button. Type submit. What else? So I'll say maybe get your data. Now there's a part where it's a modal header. Yeah, over here at modal header, I want to get rid of modal header. And just let the H5 bloom. Yeah, I think that's it. Just let it be like that. So that I don't have this thing where it has that color line. So I'm going to refresh this. Let it load, compare, hit the button. Something is not working. So there's something that's legit not working. So if I was to come and see container, justify count body, the model is not showing itself. Okay, please work. I don't know why it's just decided not to work anymore. Strange. I'd consider it very strange. Maybe it's because of this. So label for gamer tag platform. It's going to be select really, so it's going to be a select situation here. So platform, and I'm going to put a select. ID is select is platform. Type text, class form control, name. I'm going to do a V model. Can I bind a V model really? Yeah, maybe I can bind a V model. I think I know what to do. So I'll bind the V model to become a prop. So the model in this situation will be platform, and then we'll have some options here. So here we have OPT, the value will be XBL, the first one. This will be Xbox Live. The next one will be PSN, Play Station Network. Come on, so it's PSN. Let's go. Then we have the next one being origin over here, and then the value will be EA origin / Steam PC, or I'll just do PC like this. And those are the select options. Then this will be labeled for gamer tag. This will be input ID gamer tag. Type will be text. Class will be form control. Name will be gamer tag. And then I'll do a V model. The model will be View model will be gamertag. And then I'll pass them out as props actually. So I'll just say props. So I have gamertag. I have platform. And then I also have module ID. So I'll bind it here. Then I'll say module ID. So I'll do module ID. Like that. Such that whenever I come into my tracker.view and then do my module like this, then I'll have to come in, put in the gamertag to be this. No. Wait, hold up. No, this one's going to be props. I think that the prop would be the model ID. Let's try that actually. So the model ID but it's not a bind, it's this way. Yeah. So let it save like that. Reload. There's a lot of errors. Module ID is not defined. Interesting. So what's going on here? My model will not pop up, yeah? Ah, it will. Okay, never mind. Alright. So it's saying that gamertag is the property of method gamertag is not defined on the instance but referenced during render. Make sure that this property is reactive, either in the data option or for class-based components by initializing the property. See. Okay, so reactive components. I haven't forgotten how that works. Gosh. Well, it was fun, but I mean, it's time to just move this to recycle bin, remove this render, move these components, and the model time is here. I'll save that, refresh, compare. So this part for our model, should be like that, yeah. So we have label for gamertag. I'll just type in here gamertag. Save it like that and end things right there. So I don't want this line to separate our model titles and all. So what should I do? I want to remove this thing, this model header section. So I'll remove this div and I'll remove this div, and hopefully things will be fine and dandy. Not really. So this model title will be now our logo. So I just do model title here. This class, actually this entire class. So I'll do this img and then put the class here. The source will be now within these images. So what I'll just do is import that image right now, which is an Apex logo. Use this one, save it, and name.png, drag it in, boom. And then after that, I'm gonna come back here, do src dash go to images, do unnamed.png, and then I'll do width is 50 pixels and height also. Okay, now to come and check it out, come and refresh this and compare. It's not appearing. No, it's not appearing. Okay, all in all the same, we just need to do some few things here. There's this form of ours. It's an ID of form. I can do @submit, and then I can do say prevent, so that you can prevent the default function, and then I say get challenger. Now once it does that, interesting. Once it does that, and I have another donut over here pending, just to give me strength. Look at that, the chocolate donut. Marvelous, isn't it? So get challenge is a function. It's essentially this function right here. So will we need this in our stats and all those things? I don't think so. Because one thing I can say for sure is that once that is done, we'll essentially copy the exact same things that we were doing before, but we'll now put them in challenger. So we had this guy over here, this card apex, this entire card. I'm actually essentially going to copy this entire card, but remove the modal. Actually, yeah, let's do that. Let's copy that card, but instead I'll just remove this modal. So I remove the modal, and I'll remove, now this button will just be a button, really, disabled. So I just type I'll just leave that button there for displaying that text of congratulations or motivation and stuff. Essentially what happens in this card next is that this King Steven NOS changes to challenger. Okay, but there'll be an error most likely, because if the challenger is empty, then of course everything will just be empty. So I'll only render this card if there's a challenger. So I'm going to create a computed to do is empty. I'm going to create a function over here that returns true or false on this. It's called is empty. So it's going to be inside my computed function over here. So I'm going to go inside here, type in here computed. I'm going to go here, and the computed that I'm going to actually use is a function called isEmpty. And then essentially I'm just going to do a return. So I'm going to check this $sign is empty object, and then I'm going to take this dot challenger. Now there's an error. Oh, it's because of this. So build. Okay. Now the VF models within this model form that I had before, the V models, it should be this challenger dot platform, and then this one should be this dot challenger dot gamer tag. So that is it challenger or challenger form? Should be challenger form. So this challenger form, this challenger form, like that. Now to test it, I'm just going to reset this. Okay, so it works. If I hit compare and then take the platform to be Xbox Live, gamer tag is, then what happens next? Get your data. Toast is not defined. As you can see, the error toast is not defined. I don't understand. Toast is not defined. I defined it here on script, but I did not import it here. So I'm going to say require, and I'm going to call scripts. Yeah, now refresh. Come in here. So this thing cannot read segments, just leave that. That then, oh, what? I'm going to take King Steven and Wes and get data. Cannot have empty fields. I wonder why it's saying that. So if I come in here into my Vue, I don't have Vue developer tools. Why are my Vue dev tools not available? My Vue dev tools will just not show up. Unless it's not up to date. This is strange. Where are my Vue dev tools? Okay. My Vue dev tools are just not there. Anyway, I feel like I know where the problem is. It shouldn't be this. It should be just challenger form. Now, let's try that again. Request failed with 404. If I go to my network, why is it saying V1? Did I put somewhere as V1? I think I put this as V1 instead of just profile. I got it used to V1. Oh gosh. Okay, let's compare that. Let's run and get your data. Boom. Guess who's back? There's a card. Oh yeah. So what if I did get your data? Oops. So what is the error? So the message is we could not find the player compatibility on Xbox. So errors, it should be, so it went to errors and then 0. Message. Yeah, so I can remove this. Okay. There's usually some data within this error. Okay, try again. So Xbox Live, gamer tag, Kenchan. That's good. That's actually really, really good. So now, this card was inside of this column. So what if I decided that I'd not put this here, but I'd put it underneath, because this is that. So I'd come, duplicate, and then paste here. Yes. Okay, so but this should be align content center. Align or justify content center. And then, oh, you say it's not within the conditional render. So maybe if I put this conditional render here, then it will accept. Oops, that's the wrong place to put that conditional render. Like that. So, kaboom, kaboom. Alright, if I put in PlayStation Network and I put in Apache D, boom, there he is. And then this button doesn't work, but this button does. Alright. On point, on point, on point. I feel nice. I feel nice that that is there. Everything is good to go. So they're almost identical. If I come here, compare, they're almost identical. Apache D254, get challenger. Is it that the application is asleep or something? Yeah, it is. So there we go. They're quite almost identical in terms of even how they look, in terms of size and all that stuff. Okay, so maybe add some styles to make sure that they are completely identical. And there's this function over here that enables me to compare the two guys' stats. So I want to essentially say that this is just another bunch of if statements. So what am I supposed to do with that? Okay, so this is the last one for the last user. How about I did this? So since it's in the card footer, I'll do 3 buttons. I'll do 3 buttons, one for being equal, one for being higher, and one for being lower. So the one for being higher will be a success button. So class btn success. So I'll do 3 buttons here. I said 3 buttons. So 1, 2, 3, and then it will only show if like is a certain condition that has been fulfilled. So the VIF, so there's this level display value. Yeah. So if this one, so I'll do a VIF. So VIF, so I'll check if the challenger's value is greater than the King Stephen and OS value. Then there's a probable V else if, and then we'll do challenger value is equal to King Stephen and OS's challenger value, and then we'll do an else, V else, just like that. So these ones just coincide with one another like that. And then so this essentially means if the challenger if the challenger's value is greater than King Stephen and OS's value, then the button over here will be in danger. So if it's success, actually, this one will be secondary. The buttons will just be normal buttons, I guess. So let's just leave this out, leave this and this other one out. So this one will be secondary and this one will be danger. Okay, so what will I say for this other one? So for the success one, I'll say you are ahead. Yeah. So I'll put like 2 exclamation points and let's say looks like I need to get to work. If I come in here, I'll say we are on the same level. Not for long though. And then maybe I can put 3 dots here. I can add this now. I can say this one is for when the challenger is not greater or not equal to, so it's less. So I'll say you are almost there. So then I say work harder. Just like that. So essentially everything is done. Maybe just need to add some styles. Alright, so there's something here. Object module, what? I don't know what this is. Is that something that's being thrown by the server itself? Yeah, it's something that's being thrown by the server most likely. Yeah, it's over here. Maybe search it, object module. In the server, nope. In the routes, nope. In the APIs, nope. I mean, that's essentially it. Yeah, it's essentially it. I don't understand why saying object module for and stuff. And just like that, everything is a wrap. I think we're all good with the application itself. Let's test it. Let's finish testing it. So I'm going to compare PlayStation, gamer tag, main, and then get, so you won't get me on PlayStation, maybe on Xbox. Yeah, on the same level, not for long though. Maybe on PSN, on EA Origin. Yeah, there's something I want to do here. I want to put a background on this. I want to put an image and a background on this one. so that yeah, so that at least maybe if maybe I put a gray background here somewhere there. So on this side for profile, maybe I do, yeah, background color, and then I do gray, dark gray, like that, then save it so that it doesn't have this transparent-ish feeling. So I'm gonna do that. Compare. Platform is PlayStation, no, not PlayStation, origin, Kingston and OS. Get your data. Excellent, 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 excellent. That's massive. That's a massive win. That's a massive easy dub. Maybe I can put gray. Maybe do light gray so that at least it's not white, but it's also not black. So if I refresh that and do, okay, let me refresh it again because the build just ended now. Then I do the origin, then I do gamer tag is not, get my data. Yeah, at least that is, like, you can see the white logos that are transparent, but you don't also see the black ones completely. Great. So I don't understand why it's saying you're ahead. Looks like I need to get to work because let me see this. Because essentially what I said here is if the challenger's display value is greater than the Kingston and OS data segments, what? So it's greater than display value, yeah? It says you're ahead. Looks like I need to get to work. Should it be display value though? Let me just check this out. So I'm gonna go to this data, then I'm gonna go to segments. Gonna go to the 0th, then I'm gonna go to stats, gonna go to kills. So there's display value and there's value. I think I should have used value. So starting from this one, so display value, display value, display value, display value, and then the next one. Oops. So display value, display value, display value, display value just needs to be value so that we compare integers alone. Okay, refresh that, give me this. So I'm gonna come here. I know what this is. I know what they're looking for. So let me just inspect this for a second. Let's go to the modal header. I think when I put this image and then I did source object module, I think this is what they wanted. So this from where the tracker is, I go to pages, I go up to pages, then I go up to JS, then go to images, then go to unnamed.png. Let's try that now. It's refused. Maybe if I did this. That was easy. Yeah. Okay. Now, if I did a origin, then I put my gamer tag. My gamer tag would be. So I get my data. Yeah, you almost there. Work harder. But what about bookend party D? What about for myself on the Xbox? I notice even the icons are popping up. Yeah, the icons, the current users, everything is doing quite well. Now I want there to be like a loader in between them, but that would be something for the next one. Or rather, let's just look for this. Let's see, loader.js. npm. Okay, so let's try that. Let's try this loader. And what are the other? Is there another? Let me just go to the homepage for GitHub and see how the use case. Load element, add loader. Are there other loaders though? I don't know. Loading screen animation using HTML CSS and JavaScript. I want to be able to like start the loader and stop it. I think I found something on CodePen. There's no JavaScript. Okay, hide component and show using jQuery. Okay, so let's do this. I'm taking this code pen. Where is it? I'm taking that code pen. Let's try that out. Let's try that out. So I'm taking this loading. I'm putting that inside my styles. So inside here. Save that, and then I'll come in here inside my index.html, and I'll put it over here as dot loading. Now once that is done, okay, so if that's done, let's try that. So it's doing that. Great. Okay, so I want to do this. I want to come in here and I'll say on mounted. So created will get the data. Mounted, I'll do jQuery function over here, and then I'll do dot loading. And then after loading, I'll just do hide. Like that. Okay. Needs to have that. Okay. What are the lifecycle statuses for Vue? I've forgotten. The Vue lifecycle hooks. There's the image. I was on the image just now. All I want is that image. What the heck? Okay. What have you decided? Come on. Alright. New view before create. Initialize events and life cycles. Initialize injections and reactivity. So yeah, no. So after mounting. When data changes. Okay. So I can do before update. So I can do before update. I can say this one show. And then I can say updated. This one to hide again. And then I can do, no, there's no destroying that I'll be doing, so there's no way I'll be using the one destroy. So let me try that actually. Save this. Everything is good. Now I can come and start running this. Yeah, I'll come here, hit the compare button. But you see, it's not working. Like, it's not running this. So just leave that alone. I'll also leave this alone because it mounted the component before it created all the data. So I think I'll just do this. I'll put it here. Yeah, that's more like it. Can I fade out though? jQuery fade out. Can I fade it out? It's like hide, but you know hide does it in a cut. So maybe fade out. Can that work? Let me try again. Yeah, that's more like it. And then so let's get challenger. Upon the function starting, I'll start the loading this, and then I do fade in. Then I'll do like that. Straight. Okay, so that one runs. If I do this, then stuff. Yeah, it's like it. How about capacity? Then maybe I do. So I'll do if if there are no errors, then it's a 200. Then I'll just do another jQuery. I'll do model ID. And then I'll do maybe fade out again. It's also a function. So let's refresh. Great. So that's something I failed to do with the previous one. Get your data. How about Apache? This fade out can also be fine. So let's try that now. There's something wrong. Like, why is it still like darker than usual? Could be a problem with the styles. And yeah, by the way, there's something here, some box shadow stuff. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. What if we did it in an array kind of format? Then things will be actually OP, overpowered. Then we did dot loading. Build. I found a way. 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 I found a way to make it work. So gamer tag. Poo 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 poo. Oh yeah. I'm an idiot. This is a model. So I can call the model to hide like a model. I'm an idiot. So compare. I run Xbox Live. And then I win. I win. Okay, so now we focus on styling it. 4 hours in, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, 4 hours 30 minutes. It's crazy. That's legit crazy. Okay, how are we going to style this? Well, let's first make the navigation bar let's make the navigation bar black. Can you make the navigation bar black? Is it possible? Maybe I'll do inline styling for the navigation bar. So over here, I'll do style. I'll say background color is black, and then I'll say border bottom is probably 2 pixels solid, and I'll do red. But what is the Apex Legends color, the brand color for Apex Legends? It should be A4 something from what I last remember. Brand colors, where are you? Let's look at it. Let's just guess something here. From my recent one was probably that looks nice. 8, 9, A, B, C, D. Let's do D. Save it. Let's do that. Doesn't look like that. Maybe A43 7 3D. Yeah, matches. Was there shadow? Light. Let's do 4 pixels. Yeah, I can't even see it. So there's no point even putting this box shadow. I don't really think it's at this point. Okay, one thing I have to do inside this container is put two anchor tags, one here and one on the other side. So this one will be the Apex logo. So I'll do an img here. This also will be images. And then I'll do unnamed .png. And then over here on the alt, I will do Apex logo. The width should be 50 pixels. Let's try that. Not bad. Background color should be black. So maybe I remove this BG dark and then make this fixed. No, let me remove the BG dark first, so that it doesn't like be overridden. Okay. Okay. Can I scroll down? There's no overflow. Great. But still, even if there's overflow, I don't want the navigation bar to move. About brand, graph will probably link to now my website. So stevenumber.com, and then I'd put this to be an image. The source would be -nos logo.png, and then the alt will be nos logo. Great. Now I'll just have to import it here, which is essentially not so hard. I'll just have to go and look for it. So I'm gonna look it up in my disk D. Comes to HD. Copy this. I'm pasting it here. We will in File Explorer. I created all this from scratch today, so I feel very rejuvenated about this entire thing. So this is called NOS logo. Save. And just a refresh. Should be in images. Okay. Maybe now it's time to copy the Apex Legends favicon from wherever. I'll put it inside my public. Just make sure it's there. Then I'll come here, refresh. Oh yeah, so there's a problem here. The problem, the big problem. So we need to make this 50 pixels. Otherwise it will just consume the whole screen. So refresh. There we go, there we go. Things are looking good. Great. Alright. Right now, what is remaining? Yeah, I've not finished this thing. I want to make this thing, the card, dark and transparent. So the thing I'll do, I did card Apex, yeah, for that card alone. So if I did card Apex, then I should just start it over here. So card Apex, and it was in the same class as the card class. So I'll just do dot card Apex, and then I'll say the background color will be an RGBA, and I'll do the RGBA as 0000. This is black. Alpha will be something like 0.8. Yeah, save that. What else? The color, the text color. The text color, I want it to be white. And make that important actually, because I don't know what will override that. Then inside the card, I want the image, all the images. So img to be having a box shadow. So 2 pixels from the right, 2 pixels from the left, 2 pixels up, 2 pixels down, and it needs to be whitish. So white, and I'll make that important. I feel like that's what we need now. Another thing that I needed to do is make sure that the model class is still intact, and now also the model needs to be edited. So if I look at this model, the background over here is turned red, and then the model itself is on its own. So I'll create another class for this model, but what did I put into that model? Now that model, model fade, how's it? That's pretty much it. Maybe I'll add another class here called loose model. Let's just call it model apex. And inside model apex, I'll just do that class just now. So dot model apex. So what do I need to do for model apex? I need the background color to be, let's see, background color, it's kind of maroon. Those are all like high numbers, really. Essentially all those are high numbers. So let's just do this background color. We'll just start guessing our numbers. Maybe RGB. Okay, let's try that. So background color will be let's say E7, then the next one will be D7, then D7. No, that's not it. But it's more red, yeah? So let's just do an RGBA as well. So the color will be more on the red side, yeah? So maybe say F9. So F9. Then maybe the next one will be 10. And then we'll probably have like 15 or something. I'm not feeling that color. Maybe increase some of these colors. So if that is supposed to be like a 10 for GB. Okay, hold on. This is 16. 16 times 16 is 256, yeah? To represent 224 in 2 hexadecimal digits. Let me think. I want to give it values. Maybe I do 2 to 5. 2 to 5, and then I do like 10, then 15, then maybe give it 0. 0.5, 0.6, or 0.2, something like that. Let's make it important. And let's try it out. So just like this. Good stuff. Everything looks nice. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, I have pulled. So that's essentially how you would use Laravel Mix, Bootstrap, jQuery, Vue.js, all together with Express. I've created everything here from scratch. This is all you can actually use. This is a full-on project you can actually use to enhance your stuff. Any questions? Wow, I'm feeling alive. This is a good one. This is a really good project. I'm actually glad I'm done with it. That's what I'd consider done, by the way. Playing around with APIs left, right, and center. But all the same, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, Express is not that hard. In the end, we managed to come up with a full-on project. We pulled some code here and there. We had less errors than usual. We had actually no errors whatsoever. We just ran into small roadblocks that could be cured very easily. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that's been top of the line coding for all of you. I hope you guys actually enjoyed that. Let's actually look at the application again. So on refresh. So I'm gonna hit the compare button. Oh, the button as well. And then also the module needs to be a bit dark. So this is what I'm gonna do. I think. Okay, just give me a second. I think. Inside the module Apex. Okay, let me just look at this module again. Maybe go to the module content area. The module dialog. Could be interesting. Let's take module header. No, let's take module content, because module content covers like the whole module itself. Well, let's try that out. So I'm gonna go to my styles. I'm gonna come in here and come and click on module content. And then I am going to do colon, curly brackets. I want to say background color black. Looks strange. How about we do this? There's something I did white that made also the modal white. Could have been So the card. I'm trying to remember. I can't remember. What was it? What was it? What was it, guys? What was it? I don't know. Because I know for sure that this is actually pissing me off. That I can't actually look at this. I know. This model was inside the card. So if I did this, if I came in here and override the style of it being black inside the model, then I'll just do color. I'll just say it's black and it's important. Build. There we go. Now let's see. Saved. Gosh. Now I feel like I've actually done a better job with this one than this one. I mean, don't get me wrong, this is good, but this is actually. Now I need to get rid of this console log. So there's some console logs that I have put up here. So instead of console logging errors, I think I should just be throwing them. So I've chucked this error. Now, what happens if I actually legit switch off my server while we're running this application? I want to remove all the console logs first. Let me try that out. So there's a console log here. Now, actually, for this, we can't toast it. We should actually toast it. Okay, all the console logs are gone. Now that I've done that, It's still logging my data. Wait, hold on. Right. Mm-hmm. There's something else. There are fonts, but this particular font too. But nah, there's no need. This is done. This is done. Okay, I'll just stop it there. Thank you for tuning in. You guys have probably seen me code for now 4 hours. I mean, crazy, 5 hours now. Live coding. What? That's actually legit something that I never thought it would be on me. But I've used a lot of jQuery. I've used a lot of Toast. I've used everything. So all that's left to do is I'm gonna close this. I'm just gonna do get status so that you can see how many files I've edited without doing any commits. So my .env.example, get ignore, my everything really, my public folder. It's actually everything. So I'm just gonna go to do get add all, and I'm gonna commit it for you guys. And then again, compare this code with the other code. I'm gonna leave them all in the description later, so you guys can have a good feel about how this goes down. Compare the two, see if they are actually similar. I kind of feel like they're similar because all of them are like within the same coding style as. Wait, hold on. Hey. I was going to do what? Hey, I was going to add my node modules. So I put this on GitHub later. I mean, I'm a bit tired to even just open my browser. But anyway, regardless, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in. Apex Tracker, done. If you guys had any questions about how Laravel Mix came into the play, and you just don't know, and you just feel like it's not convenient, just use it. Just use it. Don't be afraid. Use it. Other than that, ladies and gentlemen, I'll see you guys in the next one. Thank you for tuning in. Take care and peace.